Yeah, the last time I played this mod was like 2 years ago, but for those who haven't seen Convergence mod, it's basically a mod that adds like a bunch of... It changes up the map, it adds... It's like a magic-focused mod, so it adds tons of new spells to the game. But yeah, it's been a long time since I played it, so I've actually been wanting to revisit Convergence for a while. I think there's like 30 classes you can choose from or something. All right. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of different classes. Reforged burned you out of this game. I started Reforged, but I wasn't like... I don't know. I was doing Reforged on Master Mode, I think, and it was okay, but it got a little exhausting. Every fight was like so fucked up. You're hyped for Night Rain? Me too, man. Me too. Alright, well. There are melee-focused classes, so that's cool. Maybe we'll go for... Oh, I like this guy's armor. The Dreadnought. There is a lot of cool casters, though. The Star Caller. I'm trying to remember. I wonder what class it was that I played the last time I did Convergence mod. I can't really remember, actually. Was it the volcano guy? Volcanist? Ah. I don't know. I kind of want to just go with this class, even though he doesn't have any spells to start, but... the armor is sick. Is there new bosses? Yeah, there's tons. There's like so much new content in this mod,
Go
actually.
Forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Like Godskin? Godskin? Hmm. Memory Stone, Imbued Sword Key, Combat Remnant, Heirloom, Warding Remnant. Blind. Oh, the Celebrant. Black Flame. Dude, the Dreadnought armor just looks too cool, though. But it would be nice to have some kind of magic frenzy. It's a frenzy weapon. Necromancer. Nah. Nox? I like the staff. Oh, this armor's so bad, though. Look at this starting armor. Ew. Gross. Stormcaller does look pretty cool. You know, maybe we'll do the Stormcaller. Kind of like it. And we'll get a seed, why not? Yeah, I know you can find the other classes gear. I know. I mean, so I have played this mod before. It was like right when it came out. All right. We're not even gonna see our face anyways. What does it matter? What's new in the mods? So much stuff. So much stuff. I haven't played Convergence in like 2 years. So they've done like map edits. So tons of sections of this game are like redone. So the map is like completely different.
Fallen leaves tell a story.
Yeah. Yeah, Convergence mod is pretty sick. I'm really excited to see all the changes and stuff they've made. There's custom bosses in this mod as well.
In our home, across the fog, the lands between.
Like you played it a week ago? Yeah, I know. Well, here, I can check.
America the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives,
So the last time I played Convergence mod was May 27th, 2023.
soon, Marika's
Actually, that's when my video went live.
demigods all
So technically I played it even earlier.
claimed the shards.
An awesome choice, stranger.
the mad taint of their newfound strength.
I was looking through all my like Twitch highlights and stuff today, and it's just, God, it's. I was looking at some highlights. It's like, Jesus, I played that game 4 years ago already. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Or I played this game 7 years ago.
You print money.
A war
I like money.
leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
Out of the tree 11 months ago. I know, dude. Time just flies.
Horaloo,
I mean, fuck, we're
chieftain of the Badlands.
we're like 10 days away from
Ever-brilliant
Night Rain.
Goldmask.
Well, a bit more than that, but less than 2 weeks away.
The deathbed companion. The loathsome dung-eater. And Sir Gideon Ofnir. The all-knowing.
With the cutscene? No. We haven't played in so long. Even though I've seen this cutscene a million times, I don't care. I'm stretching anyways.
And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
Every time I say I'm stretching, people ask if I'm summit stretching. No, I'm actually stretching.
To stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
All right, the ring. Yo, this place looks so cool. What the? So we have a storm weapon buff. Here within the Sanctuary of Lost Knowledge lies a wealth of information regarding many of the changes to the lands between and the realm of shadows. Once you touch the golden barrier and depart the sanctuary, you can return here anytime from the lectern on the second floor of Round Table Hold. Memory can be fleeting, but the knowledge housed here will persist throughout your journey should you ever wish to revisit. Your starting class offers a collection of armor sets, weapons, and potentially spell runes for you to seek out and utilize on your path to reclaim the Elden Throne. Notes exist that will guide you down this path and can be found at each unique class starting area once you leave the sanctuary. Path notes describe where to find armor sets and spell runes when available. Weapon notes describe where to locate weapons and spell catalysts best suited for your class. These notes can be read in the Notes tab of your inventory menu. So yeah, you can... So each class has like a specific route in this mod that you want to go down. So I guess you see that information though. Pick it up later. Oh, okay. So you can pick up these things called spell runes, and they basically give you spells for your class. There's like 6 different types. I guess Shadow is like the best type. Oh, Shadow runes can only be obtained in the realm of shadows. Okay, so there's DLC spell runes now. Can find faint runes and the locations of spell runes using the path notes found near the starting location for each class. All armors provide passive bonuses. Okay. These armor abilities come with preconditions that will have to be met in advance. If not met, then the armor abilities will not function. Oh, okay. Wait, what are the prerequisites? I guess we don't have any armor abilities. In order to break the seals barring access to Shadowkeep and the Stone Coffin Fissure, you must first defeat Radon at Redmane Castle and Mohg, Lord of Blood within Mohgwyn Palace. Oh. Wait, so you can actually go to the... It sounds... Wait. So it sounds like you can actually go to the DLC without killing Mohg and Radon, but you need to kill them in order to access the Shadowkeep instead? Farum Azula is no longer accessed after igniting the Forge of the Giants. Instead, you must gain entry through the use of an imbued sword key at the Four Belfries Waygate, Crumbling Lands, and Liurnia. Use the ancient spark found at the Sanctum Undercroft beneath the Bestial Sanctum in Dragon Barrow. Okay, there's like so much info right at the start. Okay. Moonlight Altar are no longer accessed through the cloister. An entry must rest in a stone coffin, one located at the edge of the Nameless Eternal City in deeper depths, or the other within the depths of Celia Crystal Tunnel. Keystones of the Forge are relics guarded by powerful foes across the lands between, found in possession of shardbearers, legendary foes, and demigods alike. 5 keystones are required to access the Forge of Giants. Okay. There are various ways of obtaining the first 3, but the remaining 2 can only be found in Leyndell and Farum Azula. If you find yourself in need, Selwyn the Owl can be found within the Sanctuary of Lost Knowledge and has been known to act as a guide for those that seek the keystones. Okay. Already forgot everything. You can acquire talismans and flasks of physics tears by crafting remnants by... Okay, yeah, I remember that. Rare crafting remnants called relic remnants can be used for crafting powerful talismans and are only obtained after defeating powerful foes that guard keystones. Okay. That was a lot of information, but I think I understand. Oh, hold on. I need to... I need to rebind my controller real quick. Yeah, this is like a new area. So this mod has tons of new, like completely new. Wait, what? Wait, this actually... What the fuck? That's so weird that you can actually trigger a Discord. Like, it popped up on my PC. It's actually surprising that you can... You can do that. YouTube, Twitter. The Patreon. Are these like supporters? Oh no. Weapon duplication. whatever, dude. I'm not reading all this. It's too much. I don't want to know everything about the mod. I want to... let's just get out of here. What the?
Oh.
Well, that's my staff. So what, I have 2 of them now? All right. So yeah, these notes will tell us. So we already have. Yeah, we already have these spells. We have 2 of them now, I guess. Not that it matters. Let me put torrent here. Okay. Oh, we're right next to Stormveil Shack. Oh, it's just called Smithing Stone. I think they streamlined the smithing stones in this mod, maybe. Okay, well, let's see. So our notes will kind of tell us where we want to go. I can't remember the names of the catacombs that well, though. The Stormfoot Catacombs. I don't know if I should turn off tutorials. There's probably like there's new tutorials for the mod though, so I don't think we want to. I'm picking up so much stuff. No, I'm playing with controller. Yeah, you can auto loot. It auto loots like resources. That's not me doing that. Oh my gosh. Consume all runes. Oh wow. Okay. Buckler. Does she still give me the jellyfish?
Only to have that. Did you know? It's quite them. You were willing to. You were heading to entice well that, but I don't have. It's scary. I want to. I'm nothing. Can you take the poor thing?
Well, question is, where do I go? Stormgate? Maybe we just go straight to Margit. Surely we can kill him, right? He's gonna be a wimp. Dude, it's so weird being able to attack without losing like all of your stamina instantly. the heck? Wait, what is this? There's a gate? Right, how are my spells, anyways? A rebuff? Somber stone. All right, gentlemen. It's so weird having these walls. A ruin arc from this pleb enemy? Okay. Shit. Gonna go into the castle, I think. Wait, what the hell is that? There's a door? Oh no. How is that not a backstab? Man. Forgot how feels good to play Elden Ring again. I love Dark Souls too, but my god, it is so fucking jank. All right, well, we can give this a shot. I'm probably gonna die.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Yeah, so there are new bosses, and some bosses are changed. I don't know if Margit is going to be any different. The early game might still be, like, fairly similar. I actually have no idea.
Let it be Margit the Fell.
I don't think all the bosses are changed necessarily, though. Hey, Joseph, thank you for the 35 months. Did they slow down his dagger there? Dagger?
Truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Oh, they actually slowed down that combo. You know, that combo, I still don't know how to dodge. Like, I always hated that combo because it always felt kind of unfair. I'm sure there is a way to deal with it, but it's one of those attacks where, like, you almost have to respect, or the way that you fight the boss. I shouldn't take that. You kind of have to, like, change the way you fight the boss completely. All right.
I shall remember
Well, Margit is still chill.
smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night.
Storm magic in Stormveil Castle? Probably. They nerfed Margit? No, well, Margit's just easy. Yeah, guard counters are good. It's hard for me to want a guard counter though, unless I have like the physic for it.
You there? Come over here, would you? It's tight. The guards you breached. Very well, but of course.
What the? All right, I do kind of want to look around a bit. Well, let's see. Because we have the note. Where is the Stormfoot Catacombs? That's somewhere in... Dude, I just need to, like, look it up. I don't fucking remember the names. Oh, it's the one right where you spawn. Oh, there's a mark for the bosses. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's actually so cool. Because if you find a boss, then it'll, like, mark it so you can remember where it is. I like that. Elden Ring for dummies. Like, the thing is, it's a new mod. So, like, it's hard, dude, it's hard to remember everything. Can I jump around the side here? Oh, I can actually go around the side. Look at that. I started Reforged mod. I was playing it on master difficulty, but I got pretty tired of it. It was like every fight was so... Every fight was such a, like, a pain in the ass. I probably shouldn't have played on master difficulty. I don't, that's why I don't like difficulty settings. Because I always want to play on the hardest difficulty, and sometimes the hardest difficulty is just, like, not very fun. Metal Gear Rising, yeah. Wait, where? Wait, where the hell am I? Isn't there normally a catacombs here? Or is it below me? No. Oh, wait, no, it's over here. Yeah, I'm just being dumb. I'm so rusty, chat. Wait, what the heck is this? Dude, my camera speed feels so slow. What the f— I guess that's a bit better. Maybe 7. Damage? Really? Did I play any Garden of Eyes mod? No, you have to like pay for the Garden of Eyes mods, don't you? Which like I don't mind supporting mod creators, but there's actually oh wait, we have a buckler. We don't have the stats though. Oh, that does good damage. That was not good. My gosh. Okay. So the air trees in this can be used to teleport around the map. So I can just go to the DLC. No. 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 Napoleon, thank you for the tier 2 4-month resub. Thank you, man. All right, let's go to the catacombs that we were planning on going to. I think that's the play. Can just drop down there. Also, I think I can change it so it shows... Yeah, there you go. I can even... Wait, is there a... Is there no option to have it be PlayStation buttons? I know there's like a mod for it. I thought it was like a default thing where you can make it... maybe not. I don't care anyways. It's not a big deal. Wait, did I set my UI to... Oh yeah, the remnant crafting, right. Six stacks. Yeah, so we can use these to craft, like, physics. And also talismans? Let's get the Ruined Bear Claw. Seems good. I chose the storm class. Are these armor things here normally? Oh yeah, what is Storm Stance? Oh shit, okay. Oh, somebody updated the mod command. Thank you, whoever did that. Dude, that... Oh my god, okay. That move seems a little strong. The Watchdog. Classic. I was wondering if you could strafe that. You cannot, though. Yeah, the double spin. I guess just outspacing this guy. It's like the best. I wonder if you could jump in on that move. Oh gosh. Okay, so I hit for 86. Does Storm... Not sure if that increases my damage dealt. Yeah, I think it might just be a dot. Alright, so we have new spells now. We also got some gloves. Strength, Dex, and Endurance by 2. Oh, okay. If you do not have a weapon equipped with int faith scaling, this item has the following effect. When you use a grease or consumable that you eat, you gain an effect that improves your guard stability and causes you to be healed when you block any attack. Oh, that's so interesting. Okay, I see. Yeah, so the Convergence mod, it did not have these, like, conditional effects the last time I played it. That's pretty cool. Alright, so what are these new spells? Twister, Stormark, Whirlwind, and Stormcall. Has this mod made bosses easy? Bro, we're in Limgrave. Whirlwind. I need more memory. I want more memory slots. Pretty cool. Does anyone know where the cliff bottom catacombs is? We might not be able to go. Well, we probably could. So there's two good weapons for our build here. At Stormveil Castle, there's the Zephyr Blades and the Banished Knight Greatsword. So maybe we should just explore Stormveil. And Stormveil is such a big dungeon. I want to grab the item over here. Oh, a blood boil aromatic? Really? Increases all stats by 1. Your rune level 1, you gain the following effects. Oh, interesting. The Ruin level 1 armor. It's actually so interesting that they were able to make effects like that. Also, you normally aren't able to cross this bottom gap here. I hate these birds. You know what? Let's just try to... I'm gonna fucking die. I actually hate these birds so fucking much. I don't know why I'm trying to melee them though. I have the solution and I'm deciding not to use it and then I'm complaining about it, so. I only have myself to blame. Oh, wait, what the? Hold on, there's like another item or two that I mean, I don't know if we should worry about trying to get like every item. It's probably not that big of a deal. Have they added Convergence stuff to the DLC? I have no idea. I assume at this point they probably have. What does this mod do? Everything. It changes all sorts of stuff. There isn't much changes in the DLC. Oh, really? Okay. Maybe that's what they're working on currently then, I guess. Fellas? I have to ask you to chill the fuck out. Just let me use my whirlwind, man! Come on! And that seems pretty good. What if I use my... Yeah. Dude, the weapon art on this thing is cracked, actually. And I think it gives you poise. What the hell is that? There's bags in the way. Hey, Seeker. Oh, the hook claws are still here. Ow. Bye. So I have played this mod before, but it was 2 years ago now. So there's been like a considerable amount of changes since the last time I played it. What an idiot. Whoa, what the? Alright, buddy. Yeah, look at how much damage that does, dude. It's crazy. What? Well. Oh, I actually have to go outside. I didn't even realize. Forced to touch grass. Wait, what about that item? Wait a second. How do you get to that item out there? Or up there? Is that not? Do I have to go higher up? Kind of scared of going in this. Okay, dude. Who the fuck did that? Who fucking did that? Dude! Where are you? Where the fuck is this guy? Oh wait, I think I see him. Guys. Fuck off, man. I think we should just run through here, guys. I think we should just run through. I already wasted all my heals. I don't think they can chase me. Got him. DS2 brain. Oh. Okay, this fucking guy up here throwing his shit at me. Whatever.
Stranger, thank you.
Okay. This fucking move is... Does... How much fucking poise damage does it do? Jesus.
Majestic!
Is this guy still around the corner? Oh no, they moved him to that other spot. Getting revenge on this asshole. Oh, you can go up here? Man, these guys do a lot of damage with their fire bombs. Wait, is this... That's where I think it is? Oh god. Oh. I mean, I don't know. I can't help it, chat. I can't help it. I feel bad quitting out, like, but you know, it's part of the game, right? Shit. The brick hammer. I wonder if I actually have to go around the side here. I don't know. Let's go see. I think that this pathway might be blocked up here. Maybe not, though. I knew it. Well... Honestly, I probably should have just put healing in my flask. Oh, fuck, man. I tried to roll it. It's just the timing is like... Dude, grandma reflexes, you can there's no like, shut up. There's no fucking cue to react to. It's just like, boom. Oh, God. You know, I do feel like having some kind of ladder shortcut would maybe be nice here. I guess it's not that far.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Wait, you're right. There is a grace there. Also, I don't know why I went around when I already had the key. Well, there's the shortcut. There's tons of new content. Yeah, there's new bosses, new areas. It's... Convergence mod is, in my opinion, like, probably the best mod for Elden Ring. I know some people say it's a little too easy, but in terms of just... I just like that there's so much... They make so many changes to, like, the map, and there's actual new areas and stuff. Or, like, they're basically new areas. Maybe I should... Oh, I hate this. I'm trying to dodge. It's so fast. Oh. This panic roll, honestly not a bad strat. We're doing it. Oh, fucking Gostok keeps stealing my runes as well. What a jerk. Oh man, we gotta go. Oh, we're here. I wonder if the main gate is blocked then too. Whip a bow. Oh wait, what am I doing? No. That's the stomp, man. That's the stomp. I should have just fought him normally. No, now I have to go past the fucking ballista guy again. No. And Gostok keeps stealing all my ruins. Oh. God dang it. Oh. You frickin' jerk. Alright, you know what? Okay, I got this. I don't got this, guys. Yeah, we could cheese him with the elevator, but I wanted to be cool. Fine, fine. Can we go to the round table hold? Oh, yeah, we can. Should probably go there. I mean, I think we could upgrade our weapon. Although, maybe we'll get a new weapon here. Wait. Okay. Is the Grace still here? It is. I think it's cool that you had to go through that side path to get up here. There's more of that? Well, I'm sure there is. And I'm trying to get the weapon art off, but it's kind of slow. It's kind of slow, man. It's good, but it is pretty slow. We honestly should kill Gostok, because he's just stealing all of our runes every time I die. It's really hard to get these abilities off. I don't know how I feel about that one. That move is just so strong. It's just like insta poise break, and then there's no recovery animation for it either. It's so incredibly fast. Wait, so what's over here? Is there anything on the other end? Oh wait. Oh, we were actually right here. Ah, oh, that's so interesting. I didn't even realize how that worked. Anything over here? No more DS2. I'm still a little tired of DS2 just because I did the randos so much before. So we'll get back to DS2, but I kind of felt like playing some Elden Ring, especially with Night Rain being so close. I will say, like, I love DS2, but man, it's the game is just not built like it's so crazy playing this game after DS2. Like, you just have so much more control in this game, and the difference in responsiveness. Yeah, that, and dude, stamina in Dark Souls 2 is the biggest thing that makes it so fucked up, in my opinion. The stamina in DS2 is just so bad. What's wrong with it? You can roll 3 times in Dark Souls 2, and then you're out of stam. And then, you know, when you're attacking on top of it, you're just fighting, like, the stamina is fighting, it's made to punish you so badly. I more so mean, and it's fine in the base game, but you can definitely feel it in like the 2x. You're not really equipped to actually deal with huge hordes of enemies, even though the game does like to throw them at you a lot of the time in DS2. Meanwhile, in this game, you've got so much, like, there's crazy Ash of Wars that just cover massive AoEs. I'm dead. Elden Ring is a roll spam fest. Yeah, I mean, I can agree, but when you're fighting 2 bosses at once in DS2, you know, you're rolling so much that you just don't even get like stamina to attack. Holy shit, this is so hot. Okay. These fucking shield guys. Yeah, I mean, in Elden Ring chat, people have done what like 5x bosses, and they've actually managed to finish the run. Because you can... Okay, let's just face tank everything. You're equipped to deal with massive amount. Like you can just do so much AoE and so much damage in this game compared to DS2. I can backstab this guy. I stagger him with my move. That is just... that move is crazy. Yeah, I'm not sure if it not having recovery frames is intended. It's like somehow you're in the air, but you hit the ground, so the animation like resets itself, kinda. Oh, I don't know which way I should go. I just want to find the storm weapons. Oh wait, can I actually go over this wall? Oh, we're here. Huh. I can go on... I got the weapon already? I don't think I did. Well, the Banished Knight's greatsword, but there's also the Zephyr Blades. We do have the Banished Knight greatsword already. That's what we started with, but I don't think we have Zephyr Blades. Have you got over your rustiness? Bro, I've been playing for like... for an hour. Tops. Stay back. These enemies are fucking me up. Oh, okay, we're down here. Stormveil is so confusing. I mean, I've gone through it so many times, and I still kind of get confused as to where I'm going sometimes. Door is still locked, I assume? Yeah. Well, not locked.
My name is
Toilet bitch.
I actually find Lane-Del easier to navigate than Stormveil, personally. That's okay. We'll just go down the elevator. We're like right there. Yeah, I was greedy. Oh, sorry. Were people betting? Yeah, my bad. Oh shit, I can't. Well, that's okay. What the? Well. Fucking loot the item, man. I don't even care. Fucking bird. Okay, man. I'm having so much fun. This fucking ballista, dude. I fucking hate this. It's just like this is so fucking annoying. Oh my god. How did you fucking see me, dude? I can't back up too much. It's nice that these guys drop rune arcs, though. I wonder if Godric's Grey Rune is still, like, really good. The first time that bird was not nearly as fast. But I guess I juked it out or something. Yes, I knew the bird was there, and I didn't fucking care. Can't you actually find Gostock? I swear, I thought you could normally find him on like the side of the tower here. Oh. It's the Pop Boys. Oh. Oh, okay, they're not friendly. This guy dropped something? The meat? I mean, the meat dumplings are actually kind of nice. Okay.
Ah, the pleasure's mine. I'm looking for when I'm not hot-foot enough about this place is not exactly a I see. Here to challenge Godric. You can see. Well, I'm tarnished, but unlike still, I'm privy to. Would you care to learn? As a fellow
Both have the same normal crap. I just want to find these Zephyr blades, man. I don't know where they are. It's just like, oh yeah, they're in Stormveil. Like, oh yeah, great. Let me just let me just search the entirety of Stormveil. No problem. Dude. What the fuck is dude, I can't roll. Like, what is fucking going on? I was trying to roll there the whole time. He just hit me 3 times in a row and I couldn't roll. Is this DS2? Dude, I don't know. What the fuck actually just happened? Was I just not spamming fast enough? I genuinely don't understand. I actually don't get it. What day does it come out? What day does what come out? Yeah, Night Rain comes out on the 30th. Still the jump talisman? Oh, Raptor gloves. Critical damage by 4%. There's a scion there. What the? You think he'll come down? Yeah, I don't know if Convergence works with Seamless or not. Man, dude, Stormveil is such a pain in the ass to like fully loot. Can I jump into this window? Oh shit! We got him! The wind dance. Oh, really? Okay. I'm dead. Infinite hitbox. Nice. Well, whatever. I got the weapon. I dodged that well, but it's a lingering hitbox on the AoE, so. That was the Birdman ult. Might have been. Alright, well, we can just drop down here now.
Fucking hell! Fuck!
Dude, we've been clearing this and we've gotten like 1 level up because we just keep dying and losing all of our runes to fucking Gostock. He's probably taken like 10,000 runes at this point. Although, honestly, it's probably... I don't know if doing Stormveil is our best bet for trying to level up. These enemies give literally nothing. It's weird because I'm going to Stormveil to get stuff for storms, like storm equipment, but then all this armor is, it's like if you don't have an int faith scaling weapon on, which that's like all of my gear. Oh yeah, it is blocked. The main gate is actually blocked. The main gate path. Because that's normally where you... Wait, what? Oh wait, this is so... Oh my god, this is so weird. This is so disorienting. Wait, there's a fucking lever here? What the... Oh, come on, man. The fucking roll catches, dude. It's like, I can't even, you can't even dodge it. Oh my god. I'm in pain right now. Everything does so much damage. Just want to get all the loot, man. Oh, I opened the gate. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I got this area turned around. Yep. 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 How is it? I'm having a rough fucking time here, dude. These fucking enemies. There's always some... What's up, Oro? I swear, it is normally not that hard to run past these guys, so like, I don't know what the hell's happening. The base game, you can just run through this area so easily. Dude, that dog has like 1,000 fucking health. I'm dead. That was a good run. I will say, I don't know what is going on with my, I don't know if my controller configuration is busted or something, but the camera turning speed, it feels really fucked up. Like it's way too slow sometimes. It's set to 7, but I swear, like there's some areas where it's slower. All right, we're going back to round table. Do I have any souls I could pop?
You're in no matter loud, you're...
Okay, wait, what are the stat requirements for this? I need 13 decks. Well, I don't have the stats for that, so...
Back no matter.
Well, I mean, technically I could get the stats, I guess, if I put on... Oh. Well, I can put on the imp head.
Back no matter.
I can already get them to +5. All right. Well, now we're gonna fuck stuff up, chat. We need more HP though, dude. I'm getting like 2-shot right now. Anything new in round table? You know, I probably should have checked. Wait, is this the? Are these the sellsword twin blades? Oh yeah. Now we're OP, chat. What is the weapon art on this thing? Woo. Is that the talons from Dark Souls 3? Or what is that? Follow up with a strong attack to perform another airborne slash, and follow up with another skill attack to perform a final overhead. Oh, cool. Dual katana. Oh. Domo. Sorry, Domo. Deathrite dagger. Ooh. That looks cool. It's also in faith. It does holy blighted breath. It seems kind of dangerous to use. Oh, really? Wonder if you can jump that. Oh. Jeez. Banish Knight Engval. I have to kill you in game at the Turtle Puzzle Moonlight Altar. Okay, Oro, I'll kill you, don't worry. Have you played through this whole mod, Oro? I played it like 2 years ago. That was the last time. Hey, Ravenous, thank you for the Prime sub, man.
Majestic!
How about Unweeping? No, I've just been fucking doing Stormveil for like 2 hours. It's been since launch. Gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm revisiting it, because I've heard there's like a lot of stuff that's changed since launch. Oh, we got a sword key. Nice. Oh yeah, we can actually activate the elevator here too then. Okay, blocking with this weapon is not good. Curved club. Maybe this guy drops something good. I kind of hate this enemy though. We do a lot of damage now. I mean, I think we should just go to Godric. Honestly, I think we're kind of just like, I mean, I shouldn't say wasting time, because, you know, there's new stuff all over the place. But we do know that, I don't know if there's any other weapons for my class here, particularly. A lot of the new weapons have ridiculous scaling. Alright, we're getting more HP. 20 HP. Go to Godric. Well, oh, the pathway is gonna be fucking blocked, isn't it, dude? I'm gonna have to go like around or some shit. What am I doing? It's weird you can run right to Godric and vanilla. Yeah, some of the area... I really wish Elden Ring had more progression blockers in some way. Like, you can just... I feel like you can access too much too easily in Elden Ring. Ooh, what is this? Elden Lord Greaves. Oh, you know what I forgot? We also have the Rune Bear Claw. When you drink a Carillion flask, you emit a roar that knocks enemies away and deflects projectiles. You also gain an effect that increases all damage you deal.
Well, tarnished, I am I'm hereby how utter this graft is tainted the. If you I ask you, call the winds run. I'm certain.
Wow, nice. I will say the other weapon was definitely better for, like, that one move just unlocked the shit out of the enemy. Okay, I just, dude, I can't dodge, chat. It's too hard. Yeah, just level ADP. Oh no. A good thing he had to stand up first. Well, it's locked. Dude, alright, shut up about the Eagle's Edge, man. Alright? just let me fucking play the mod. I just find it funny how it's like, yeah, just go use, go get the best weapon in the game for your class, Dist, so you don't need to try anything else ever. Woohoo. Alright guys, it's okay. You know, you could just let me try stuff out. Oh my god. Oh no. Actually, we're okay. So is there a lever in here then? There is. Aha. I mean, it's okay. I know some of you guys are fans of the mod, but telling me the best thing in the game is not really something I want to know. You know? Just let me experiment, you know? I can just try stuff out myself. Because the thing is, honestly, and you know, you could consider this petty or whatnot if you want, but when somebody tells me to use something or is trying to like backseat me to do something, it's honestly the last thing I'm gonna do. Like, I don't even want to use that weapon anymore now. Curtis. I think my character's in Volcano Manor for this mod. Oh, Oh, okay. All right, well, we got 6 flasks. Let's look at our notes though.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
There's the Horned Warrior Greatsword, Tempest Caller Staff, and Altus. Blue and white wooden shield in Stormveil Castle. I don't think we found that. Really? That's... I wonder what that... It's just a shield.
I took you no man to lay out your own.
I wonder what the shield does. Hmm. When does the viewer run? I don't know. Good question.
Oh, this is a rare occasion. I can't remember very well. It is.
Oh, we can go to the sanctuary there. Cool, cool.
Oh, welcome.
Does this guy still sell the same garbage as usual?
By the way, you do most time you are well. May the golden.
Sorry, sorry. We can buy larval tears. That's nice. Yeah, that's fair, Ravenous. I don't know. I just... there's somebody in... You were constantly spamming in the chat that I should go get that weapon, and there's another guy in YouTube chat also spamming that I should get it. So I'm sorry, it's just like, I don't... Like, I saw your message, and I'm sorry I didn't recognize it right away, but you don't have to keep spamming it.
Mighty dragon, thou the true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights.
I kind of want some popcorn. It sounds pretty good.
Well,
I wonder if Godric's the same.
tarnished. Playing as a lord. I command thee kneel. I am the lord of all that is golden.
What the? He's like faster, but not always. Yeah. How much does Whirlwind do? Yeah, I mean he's still pretty similar. He's just a bit faster, it looks like. Some of the bosses are changed. There's also like new bosses though in the mod as well.
Lend me thy strength.
Varnished idling for 30 seconds. Yeah. It is funny how in these games it's like your character is basically just sitting there staring while the boss like powers up and goes phase 2. You fucking serious, bro? I shouldn't have went for that move, to be fair. I thought 2 hits of the weapon art would have definitely killed him. That would have been so sick if it finished him, but it just didn't do enough damage. You know, I should probably use my physic though. If I had used my physic, we would have killed him there. Thought you could jump that. Die. And that hit is so fast. Wow, nice damage. Jesus. The speed up on some of his animation. Oh shit. It's so weird. Oh my, can I? Open the fucking map. Why did I try to roll that, man? I could have just walked away. Oh my god, I'm so... You know, I blame his, it's like, he's so fast on some of his moves, but not all of them are chains. Some of his attacks are like twice as fast and others are the same as normal. It's like, it's fucking me up, dude. can't jump that. I thought you could. What is the charge R2 on this weapon, actually? Holy shit. Oh, shoot. Dude, the charge R2 on this weapon is kind of cracked, actually. What about the running R2? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, died to Godric. I know. Oh, we got his great rune too. First keystone of the forge. Okay. Hmm. 10% HP, 10% rune gain. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, we can get some more talismans too. So, wait, what type of damage is Storm? Like, is it? Oh, it's physical. Okay. It's not wind. It's not wind. Well, you can get a lot of HP or FP. 20% stam. Prevents heavy landings. Oh, wow. Gold scarab. We'll use a great rune. I haven't been dying that much, so we should might as well use a great rune, you know.
Hello there. He got what I tell you though. He had. I can I?
We should. Oh, so if you kill him, do you get the runes that he stole from you throughout the area? I actually can't remember. Or it does not work that way. No. Okay. They're just lost. Only if you do it before Godric. Well, whatever. We can just kill him. Fuck this guy.
What's it? I'm free. I can do what I like.
All right. Dude, we've been playing. Oh my God, I have made such little progress. We spent so much time in Stormveil. Jesus Christ. Okay. I kind of want to go to Castle Morne a little bit. Maybe we. Find the shield. I'm kind of curious where the shield is. Could clear out the Limgrave bosses, I guess. This first hit, like, misses a lot. Skill attacks. Oh. Did I try the Valor sword that I found? No. It's a strength and dex sword, which isn't really great for our build. It does have a unique... Wait. Oh. What's up, Blue? How's it going, buddy? Alright, so now we're down here. I think maybe we go to the South Limgrave one. I am waiting for Night Rain. Dude, we do so much damage. We're like, I'm like OP already. Limgrave. Yeah, true. Staff of the Avatar. No, I haven't done Yama. More HP. Honestly, just teleporting around and doing these fights would have been like the best strat early on, I think. Okay, so we did... Have we done all the air trees here then?
Stranger, thank you.
Yeah, there's only 3. You can teleport to the one you're already at, I guess. So, alright. Maybe we go to Morne's castle then? What do you think, chat? I've heard Morne's castle has changed a lot. Guess we can go to the churches too. What do you think about AI Vader and Fortnite? I have no opinion on the matter. Yeah, I think AI is stupid. That's about it. Oh, we actually get a sacred tier. Okay, we should still go to the churches then. I wasn't sure if you still found the sacred tiers at them or not. Oh, I'm so excited for Night Rain chat. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm really curious what solo Night Rain is gonna be like. Yeah, I think people are gonna have a really hard time if you're not playing with like a group. If you're just playing with randoms, it's gonna be it's gonna be tough. Increases bow range. When you draw your bow or take aim with the crossbow, for each second you hold it, you gain a buff that increases the damage of your next shot. My favorite class in Night Rain. Well, I've only played 6 of them out of 8, but probably Duchess or Wilder, I would say. I don't know. I want to. I think that the what the hell? Oh, the Recluse. I think the Recluse has potential to be good, but it's, I don't know. Your team kind of has to like build around you, and I'm really curious what the most like optimal class combo is going to be. Oh, Ruin of Frost. Hope a speedrun scene starts with Night Rain. I mean, the thing is, I'm gonna probably try to speedrun Night Rain. Well, speedrun is, I want to try to do, you know, like a deathless run of Night Rain where I, you know, go through all 8 Night Lords in a row, or however many there are. I don't actually know. But doing a run of all Night Lords would be cool. The thing is, it's gonna be like a fucking 4-hour run to do all Night Lords in one go. Like, each run takes a while. Draconic Epitaph. Lightning Slash. That's cool. Oh, it's the... Okay, I know what weapon art that is. Unless they somehow add a way to make the... Maybe there will be a way to make the night end faster. Eight runs times 45 minutes. Well, I don't know if it necessarily takes 45 minutes, though. I mean, I can't remember how long each night was. How fast the run is ultimately just going to be dependent on how quickly you can do, the boss fights, like the end of day boss fights and the Night Lord. Which is like, that's why speedrunning Night Rain isn't as interesting, because there isn't really anything you can do. Like, your routing doesn't matter because, you know, it would be cool if there was a way to just like end the night early. But then I guess the strat would maybe be I don't know. That would actually be quite interesting if you could end the night early, because then from a speedrun perspective, it'd be like, how strong do you need to be to actually do the boss? But I guess you would probably just try to get some sort of status and then go straight for the, like, I don't know. It would be interesting if you could actually end the night early. That would be pretty cool. I don't think you're gonna be able to though. Oh, we should just get his bell bearing. Oh, so this guy has all the resources. That's cool. There was a bed thing, but isn't the bed in the round table hold? Holy shit, giant turtle. Hello. Oh my god. No! Why be angry? Come on. Huh? Do I need to kill the tiny ones in order for the big one?
You. I like her.
Dude, what the fuck are these guys doing? They're just going crazy. Oh, there's a spirit spring here. Whee! Deserve that? Alright, alright. Are you fucking... Dude. What do those gloves do? Strength, dex, vigor by 1, endurance by 3. Oh, they're rune level 1. It's really cool that there's rune level 1 gear in this. It makes me kind of want to just do like a rune level 1 run. I mean, I'm not going to. Maybe if... Oh, what the heck is that? Yo, there's like a town out on the beach. Wait, did I not grab this grace? I guess not. You get a lot of rune arcs. I don't understand. What is... Dude, what the fuck, man? It's fucking octopus are so annoying. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Can I hit this guy now? All right, I don't know. I guess he's just there to scream. I don't... Oh, wait, there's one more. Now what? Oh, wait, there's another one. Oh, there's even more. Oh, I thought that was a body of one. Aha! The great turtle shell. What? No fucking way. Cleaning the feet. Get Torrent. What a good boy. What does this do? Oh. No. Hey, so you can just get, you can make a like another +10 weapon, I guess? Or I wonder if it duplicates the upgrade level as well. That's interesting. Does not. Oh, okay. All right, let's go over to the castle, the little beach. That's not really a castle, the beach fortification. The shore town, yeah. The big turtle is dead. He exploded. That was a big ass fucking box. Doesn't seem like there's much here. I wonder if there's like a chest that I missed. You barely explored. What do you mean I barely explored? Aesthetics wrist guards. Increases weapon damage by 1%. Causes all actions you perform to be accelerated by 10% above their normal speed. Oh, wow. Okay. That's cool. All actions, like anything? I mean, those gloves are interesting. There might be something else. It's... Ooh, Golden Rune 1! Is that the hidden item? Shit. Whoops. I don't know, maybe we found everything. Not really sure. Oh. Oh. Oh shit! We're in Caelid? We took a boat to Caelid? There's a rafting system. Can't break those. Yeah, it's like Best Souls 2, true. It's like when after you kill Flexile. Enemies have so much poise. I don't know. The weapon art on this is cool, but I don't feel like it's actually that good overall. It's okay. So we're at the jar. What does this guy have for us? Can we kill him? I don't know. I mean, I could do these fights, I guess.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Hope they're not too strong, though. Yeah, I could try to cheese them. They do a lot of damage, that's for sure. Do I get flasks from killing this guy? Oh. Wait a second, can I path over to the air? I think they added a path to the tree. Am I not gonna kill the other two? Well, I don't have a grace that's nearby. So if I die, I'm just gonna have to go, like, run all the way back, which is kind of annoying. Dude, on my first playthrough, I wasted so much time trying to figure out how to get to the Great Jar. What? Out. That has quite an AoE. I don't think I've ever actually learned this guy's moveset before. Crouch attack seems pretty good. Well, didn't fully hit me. Wait, did a tiny jar just pop out of him? Huh. Oh, immunity to environmental lava damage. Hmm. Four HP per second. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's get the defense. Oh, I'm too fat now. I guess I can't have... Whatever, I don't need the shield. Oh, we can get a few level ups. I mean, we can go do those invaders. I just don't know if I'm gonna get anything I actually need. Like so the thing is, with this mod, you do kind of want to prioritize like your specific class items and spells and stuff. From what I remember. So. Well, I know Cliff Bottom Catacombs is in Liurnia, I think. But I do want to go to Castle. All right, let's continue going to Castle Morne because I think we got sidetracked a little bit by the boat. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played Convergence in 2 years, so there's been a ton of updates for it since I last played. I think there's quite a few new bosses, and there's a bunch of areas that have been reworked as well. Thank you for the 27 months, Kumagai. Hey, Kenny. Imported Dark Souls and Sekiro bosses. I mean, some of them have movesets from those bosses, but I don't think there's definitely some like unique ones. At least I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Honestly, one of my favorite things about this mod is having like the progression and areas and stuff changed. It's nice to not know where you need to go, you know? Like having new content is really cool. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay, I see. You get OP, so the DLC feels undertuned. Yeah, I could see that. Does it add new areas? I don't know about any, like, completely new areas. Maybe? But it reworks a lot of the areas and adds new stuff to them. I don't know, people were saying the DLC doesn't really have new stuff. Like, you can still go do the DLC, but not that much has changed. What does this guy have? Oh, more materials. The herbalist merchant. Alright, I think we can go get the other sacred tier here as well. Yeah, I mean, it'll be cool because, yeah, I mean, modders should be able to take the Night Rain bosses and basically just put them into Elden Ring. I would imagine, anyways. Maybe it won't be as easy as it sounds. I always wish there was a grace in this zone, or like near this church. I guess it doesn't, not really much of a point. Oh, this is where the frenzy guy starts. Aha. Oh wait, no, you're right, there is one actually. It's up on the, isn't it like right over here? Oh yeah. Never mind. People already know how to move bosses between the games. Yeah, it's been... People have already done stuff like that. Or at least move sets from the from other bosses. Like, I'm pretty sure this mod has move sets from some Sekiro bosses. Well, I'm gonna make it nighttime. You know, I wish nighttime in this game was darker though. Like that's something that I always felt. It feels like nighttime should be darker. You love seeing less? I don't know, it's like such a vibe. There's a gigantic glowing tree. Yeah, whatever. I knew you guys were gonna say that. What the? There's a Baldekin's Blessing over there. Interesting. Causes death buildup. Oh shit! Look at this place, chat. Oh my god, it's got an outside. Jesus.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Yeah, this is so hot. And there's normally an item here, isn't there? Maybe not. There's also the scarab here. Normally?
The Sister Fister.
I think so. Hey, Calibrota, thank you so much for the 3 months. And the Henlu, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you very much. Refusing to use my rain spells. I think my problem is I've been doing so much DS2, I'm not used to having magic. Because in the rando, you can just like never use magic. You missed this game? Yeah, I mean, I always like coming back to Elden Ring.
Toilet, bitch.
I need to be in the mood for it, though. The main reason I'm playing again right now is because we're so close to Night Rain. I was like, figured it would be good just to kind of de-rust Elden Ring a bit. I know this isn't the same as, you know, base game Elden Ring, but it's still, I mean, it's still Elden Ring. I thought there's an item down on the beach here. Huh. Guess not. Yeah, I know, Salad. I can't be bothered. Like, there's just too much shit, and realistically, I mean, I could upload some of it to my VODs channel, but most of the stuff that I highlighted that I wanted to put on YouTube is on YouTube in one form or another, so yeah, I really wish they weren't doing they weren't deleting all the highlights and stuff. It's kind of lame, to be honest, but is what it is. I should have grabbed that Grace. You were looking at yours and got all sentimental. Yeah, it was basically the same for me. But it's like, I don't know, it is what it is. It's just, it's way too much shit to... I mean, it's too late at this point. And... you know, I'm not... If anything, I would upload some of the old stuff to my VODs channel on YouTube. Damn, dude, this is actually crazy what they did here. There's like bridges up on the rocks. Dude, they actually made this place crazy. Like, seriously, what the hell? Oh, hi there. Yeah, it's just so much shit salad. I was thinking of paying somebody just to like get to download all the old VODs and then put them on just like upload them to some like drive or something, but it's just, I don't know. I don't think that many people are gonna watch my like super old shit anyways. Isn't there a script to auto-download everything? I don't know. I mean, if there is, I could just... It's just like, even if I downloaded it all, I'm pretty sure it would just sit there and I'm not actually gonna like do anything with it. It's just like, it's too much. I just have so many VODs. And the problem is I also have to cross-reference with my YouTube channel, like which ones I've already uploaded and which ones I haven't. I don't know. I've just accepted it is what it is. I'm just gonna lose the highlights. I mean, all the highlights are getting removed tomorrow, so it's not like I even have time anymore. I'm pretty sure it's probably like, well, I don't know. I could probably download them tonight. My internet's pretty fast, but that's assuming you can actually download them at a fast download speed. But I just, again, even if I download them all, they're just gonna sit there. I'm not actually gonna do, like, I'm sentimental and like I want to keep them, but at this, you know, the realist in me is like, it doesn't really matter, you know? Don't regret it. I mean, the thing is, I'm not like, what I'm gonna regret that people can't watch my 10-year-old super scuffed video. Like, I mean, the thing is, guys, I still have, it's not like I don't have a YouTube channel. I've been uploading stuff on my YouTube channel for 10 plus years. I have like 800 videos on my YouTube channel. It's not like I haven't uploaded stuff. It's just like, I would need to go through, I would need to download everything off my Twitch channel and then look through my YouTube channel and cross-reference every single video to know which ones I have and haven't uploaded, just so I could upload stuff that at the time I never even cared to upload, because again, the only reason I would be uploading it is for the sake of keeping it, just for sentimental value. It's just... Like, the stuff that I wanted to keep is on my YouTube channel, you know what I mean? Like, the stuff that I felt was worth keeping is what's on my YouTube channel. There's still, I mean, you can still watch 10-year-old videos of mine that I uploaded on YouTube. Like, maybe all of them won't be on YouTube, but... It's just, it's so much work to figure out what videos have and haven't already been uploaded to my YouTube channel.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Okay, well, we can't go through that door. What sparked this discussion? Salad. It's all Salad's fault. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I mean, if there's a way for me to start downloading them, feel free to share and I can start doing it, I guess. But again, I'm gonna download all of them and then they're just gonna sit in a drive and I'm not gonna do anything with them. So, I don't know. I feel like I should just accept that. Just accept that they are going to be gone. I mean, the thing is, guys, all the VODs are going away tomorrow. Or all they're just automatically deleting your highlights until there's 100 hours of storage left. So, unless I can somehow manage to download 1,000 VODs in 12 hours, I don't think it's gonna happen anyways. So, yeah. And again, half of the stuff that I would be downloading is stuff that I've already uploaded to YouTube, so I'm just... It's too much of a fucking headache, honestly. I'm pissed off that Twitch is doing it, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is just highlights, that's what I said. I don't know, I'm just gonna stop talking about it because it's giving me a headache. Not gonna lie. Hey, Judo. Meat Spin Elf. Thank you for the 3 months. Phalanx Pike. Ooh. What is that? Strength Dex. Causing an effect that increases stamina recovery while active, your heavy attacks will use different techniques. That sounds pretty cool. I don't have the stats for it. Yeah, this is Castle Morne. This freaking Landell building here. Dude, this place is like actually so fucking confusing. Ooh. What is that? Treasure map. Perfumer's essence. Interesting. So that's where you want to go if you want to get perfume stuff, I guess? Seems like. I mean, there are a lot of perfumers here, so that makes sense. Oh yeah, the perfumer does probably start here. That's a cool starting area. One of 5 pieces of Tricia's Pomander. Hugh can restore its original power. Ah. So you need the map to find the other pieces. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Oh, there's another item here. And there's another one. So many items here, dude. Oh, we're at the entrance to Morne. Can I open this gate? I wonder. Maybe there's a lever. Aha. Gosh. I will admit, though, this area is kind of confusing now. There's still some stuff I think I missed. Want to look around a bit more. Oh, there's a grace over there by where the boss is. I feel like I'm already pretty OP though. Getting a +6 weapon. Just teleport back. Oh. Supposed to do this area before Stormveil? Yeah, maybe. I mean, one of the classes I think starts here, so you might be right. What's up, CJ? And this weapon buff actually adds so much damage. Oh, what is this? Can we take another boat here? With a coffin, maybe? Did they give it a new huge update? I mean, if you played it on release, it's been updated many times since then. I don't know how much stuff has changed exactly, but... okay. But I would wager it's a fair amount. Is this just for a somber one? I guess. Oh wait, no, I can go up this way. I was like, there's got to be something else here. What the heck is this? Oh gosh. Well, this is a cool arena. The Brewery's Chosen. Oh. That was a good fight. He doesn't do that much damage, though, actually. Yeah. Is that fucking... he's fucking... It's the goddamn... Soul of Cinder... Curved Blade moveset. Ouch. Okay. Jesus. He doesn't do that much damage. That was a lot of hits, to be fair. How much damage does this do?
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
He's howling. Alright, man. You're dead, bud. You're fucked. I'll let you do the buff. There you go. We needed the music to start playing again. Let's see what else he can do before we kill him. If he can do anything else. Okay. Is that Father Owl's? I think that's Father Owl's attack when he gets close. Oh wait, is this? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like this is a really fucking cool arena though. It's actually really sick. No, I'm not gonna die. I'm gonna die. No fucking way! God damn. Dude, I got the tiny little baby hit from my jump attack. Scammed, dude. He doesn't do that much damage. I still believe in that. That's still true. I'm just every single time it's like the moment I press roll, I just get hit. I don't know, Dark Souls 2 has fucked me up or something, man. Oh shit. Dude, just fucking chill out, man. There's fucking madness shit everywhere. Oh my god. He's so fast. Just fucking die. Oh. Oh no. Is there a sec? Oh god. Oh. Oh, I thought I thought I was about to hit phase 2. Nomad's College. That's a cool fight. Fire. It's a madness weapon. When you pull it out, it causes a large explosion. Damn. Was that guy? I hope that guy wasn't an NPC. Oh, are we in Liurnia now? Ah. Cool. That was a fun fight. I mean, I did a lot of damage, but that was cool. "30-minute side adventure." No, I'm just grabbing the Grace and we're gonna go back to Morne. I wonder if Siofra has changed. I kind of want to go down there too, but yeah, we'll keep going with Morne for now. Okay, so I think we explored the left path and the right path pretty thoroughly now, so I think we can go up the center. I want to get a different weapon other than these Zephyr Blades. I mean, the Zephyr Blades are cool, but I would like to try out a good variety of stuff. Cannot open from the side. Okay. Hmm. Is there a boss here? Oh shit. Oh, the Misbegotten got put to the front. He's got the grafted sword too. Stun. Your damage is crazy, yeah. I'm a little OP, I guess. But this is also like an early game area. Only the grafted sword is up his ass. Yeah. I'm lucky I killed the giant sniper. That's not luck. I knew exactly what I was doing. Are you a snack? What kind of snack? Okay, so that's where... Oh, okay, I see. That's where the madness area was. My god, look at that. You can actually aim your spells down in this game, chat. It's crazy. How did they do it? So many chests here. Claymore? Iron armor? Strength and Vig. The new armor effects are super cool, I gotta say. Like when I played this mod when it came out, they didn't have like armor now has effects that only work under certain conditions. Like there's Ruin level 1 armor that gives you extra bonuses only if you're level 1. It's very cool. Do a quality only build. I mean, we can kind of split our stats up. We don't have to go all in on one in particular. I think the last time I played Convergence, I ended up trying like a bunch of different stuff. Holy shit. There's like an actual war going on here. Oh, extinguish flame. What the hell? Is this Farron Swamp all of a sudden? Can you do seamless co-op with Convergence? I don't know. CJ, are you still here? Is it possible to do? I assume you can do Convergence seamless co-op, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I figured it would work. That's cool. Is this where you drop down to the Grace normally? Well, yes, but there's no... Okay, What's over here? Will a randomizer help the practice a little better? What do you mean? Could I give some tips for a new player? Level up your health and upgrade your weapons. That is my #1 advice. There's a merchant in Liurnia that sells somber stones up to level 4, so definitely go there if you haven't upgraded your weapon. And if your heals are weak, make sure to run around and go to like the... Oh, there's another one here.
A face I've not seen before.
Go to the churches so you can upgrade your flask.
Godric himself. So you can see how things have turned out. The menials have all rebelled. They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act. Foul creature. I'm sorry, but whatever. You take this. Now,
Wig.
I leave no reason.
The path of the fundamentalist is now open. Interesting.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Thank you for the prime sub, Blue Solaris. Thank you, man. Wait a second. Could I have kicked this ladder down? Or... Oh yeah, I could have. Oh shit. Whoops. Well, I looked at it, but I just thought it was a ladder you could use. I didn't realize it was one that you could kick down. And the ladder got removed from down here, too. Ah, whatever. Strength and dex. Okay. You hold a shot for more than 3 seconds, you gain a buff that will cause you to sprint automatically with no stamina consumption. Dang. Yeah, yeah, I know. Everything we're finding is for like pure melee, I guess. We're finding a lot of smithing stones. We have 25. Alright, well, we have that shortcut, but we can't use it, so I guess we gotta go back around. Seems like. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna die from that. That scared me. I chose the Storm Caller, I think is what it's called. Only up tower. Somebody made an only up mod in Elden Ring. I kind of wish that they made another one. I wonder what's down there though. Kind of want to drop down this way. I guess we should maybe activate the shortcut first. Although I think that's kind of far away from us still. Luckily we killed like everything. Worst part about starting an Elden Ring run is knowing you'll be on torrent for 50% of it, collecting seeds and stuff. Yeah, I still wish that I wish Elden Ring kind of locked you out of areas more. Oh my god. You could just not collect this stuff. Well, I mean, you want to you want to grab it at some point. Maybe not all of it, but okay, here's the ladder. I don't mind mountaintops. I just wish there was a boss at the midway point of mountaintops. Like there needed. I really wish there was a second required boss. And I know technically Nile or whatever is kind of a required boss because, you know, well, I mean, if you want to go for millennia, but. Where the heck am I going, dude? There's a freaking ladder here. Oh, Grace. Nice. Alright, we should rest here. Is this vanilla? No. No. Oops. I guess we're jumping. Oh. Kind of scary. Sea-worn key. Okay. Cool. What's that? Opens a locked chest on the Morne Castle cliffs.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Hey, Prinny, thank you for the 6 months. Oh my god, so many of these guys trying to grab me, dude. Man, this is dude, Morne Castle is so different. It's so cool that they made use of like. Wait a sec, can I go? Oh wait, we can go up. Oh, we already popped a runner. another one. Yeah, it works with seamless co-op. Oh, it's the locked chest. Carwin's epi? Epi? The hell is this? It's a strength dex weapon. Carwin's Blade Storm. Triple slashing attack, then follow up with another skill attack to perform a thrust. Cool. Very cool. I don't have the stats, but what is it? 22 dex. Get a look. I don't mind splitting up my stats. Maybe I'm gonna regret it, but it's okay. Get those stats from gear. I don't think I have enough different gear pieces, actually. I could get a little bit from gloves. And that's 6 stats, so that's nice. There's also this one that gives 1 in everything. I guess we could put these on too. You can upgrade weapons way easier in this mod. Oh, this is certainly not as fast as the other weapon. But it's also not upgraded, so that that probably, you know, is part of the reason why. God, these jumps are kind of scary. Change gear back. It's okay. We only lost two faith, 2 int and 2 faith. It's not that much. We still get, I mean, we still have strength and dex scaling on the weapon anyways. Criticisms people make is all the parkour. Oh, really? People complain about that? It's kind of funny. Oh, this is the path that we opened. Oh, fancy chest. Glowing Ruin of Order. Journeyman level Golden Order incantations. Morgot's Spear. Great heal. Hurls a golden spear at foes. I wonder if you can still... Oh no, okay. It's fenced off. Have I been playing Night Rain? I mean, I was able to play it at PAX, but no, I don't have Night Rain. Wait a sec. Can I fall? Can I drop down over here maybe? Actually not sure how to get down there. It must have been a path on the cliffside from before. There's an... What the heck is that item there? Oh, that was after the parkour. Shit. Coming through. Think I'm going the right way? Maybe. Oh, actually, no. I don't think I'm in the right spot. Shit. Oh, it's higher up, actually. I think? Is it just sunflower over here? How do I get... I'm actually really confused. I think maybe we just drop down from over here. Aha! Ooh! Nice. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go back up top. And go take the ladder shortcut. Have a good night, Gunnar. I already opened the chest, guys, that I had the key. That's where I got the EP. Whatever you want to, however you say it. Guy and his fucking giga slow attacks. Okay. How the fuck do I do wonder if I could... Kind of feel like I could get down using this, but I don't think that's what I'm supposed to do. I guess I'm just supposed to drop over here. I survived this. No, I cannot. Alright, hold on. Let me teleport back up to the tower. The tree? The tree was so far away. What do you guys mean, the tree? How the fuck did I make... How did I... Wow, whatever. The souls are gone. How did I make this jump the first time? Holy shit. That wasn't even close. Okay, I think we gotta go around.
Toilet bitch.
Although now that I lost... Oops. Whatever, just let me die. I'm kind of curious if you can make that other jump. I guess it takes a while to get there, though. Maybe there's a kill box. Alright, let's just go... Let's just go the intended way. Fuck. I didn't want to take the ladder, man. Ladders are so slow, chat. Oh, great. Okay. Yep, I'm dead. Not when you slide down them. No, ladders are still slow, even if you slide down them. Listen, I'm a speedrunner, alright? I don't even wanna, well, actually, wait, I don't need to. Okay. Okay. Alright, here we go. Trying to speedrun the mod? No. Ooh, a seed. Okay. There's the Grace back. Is Grace down here? Surely there isn't Grace closer by than... We'll find it, I'm sure. Oh, it's right there. Wait, the door isn't open, though. Oh, fucking no way. Do I have remnants I can use? Big damage. Is it another miss? Wait, what the fuck is that? It looks like Misbegotten, but he looks kind of weird. There gonna be a lever up here or something? Gino. Oh, wow. Fuck's sakes. Dude, that spear is so fast. The fuck, man? Wow, nice. Oh my god. Jesus. I'm pretty sure you can jump that, though. I think I just jumped a little too early. I also have an NPC in Volcano Manor, I think. I remember it was pretty OP, but or it seemed pretty OP from when I was watching. But I guess it probably depends on the build. Wow, we did it. You know, it's almost like attacking the NPC helps. he was so aggressive, but he had like no health. Hammer of Virtue. Oh, wow. That's cool. Yeah, that goes really far. Ah. Be used to cross caps? Yeah, maybe. True. Alright, Dairu Scavenger King. Shit, my FPS. I mean, he seems normal. I think. I don't want to kill him too fast. Holy FPS, dude. Oh shit, he's Horalooing?
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
And the follow-up. Dude, that I keep like thinking that's gonna miss me. Wait, is that fucking Gascoigne's attack from Bloodborne, dude? Jesus, dude, I'm so bad. Oh. Is he gonna do the stomp? Oh, he actually did the... I'm trying to roll. Get grabbed once. We could let him grab us. It might not even be a grab though, actually. I don't know, dude. This is why I need to de-rest Elden Ring though, because like, dude, it's So, playing so much DS2 has like fucked me up. I feel like I guess I'm used to trying to roll like super late because of ADP. I mean, obviously once you get enough ADP in DS2, you can kind of like rolls in this game are pretty OP. I didn't think that. I thought that would miss me, actually. I think, do you get iframes when you do this? Oh, you do. It misses a lot, though, I've noticed. So you can get behind him. No, I should probably use my physic. I don't think I've used my physic on a single boss fight yet. So. Okay, the hitbox on that, you gotta roll pretty late. He hasn't done a single grab, true. I'll try to get him to do it. Come on, buddy. Maybe I need to get him lower. It's way too early. Oh no, yeah, it's no grab. That is such a weird attack, that one. That actually didn't hit me. How did that not hit me? Huh. Also... Okay, dude, rolling. Fucking hell, dude. Oh! I keep thinking I can outspace it, but I can't. I mean, I can iframe it, though. Oh, it's a remembrance. That was a cool fight. I still am not... I feel like I didn't learn it that well, but... You probably want to roll through most of his combos just to punish him from behind. I think. It seems like his tracking is better than Gascoigne, though, in, like, Bloodborne. He did the grab once. I don't think it's actually a grab, is the thing. Once obtained, it allows new items to be purchased. Dairu, chosen renegade leader of his oppressed people, found many victories over the forces of the Air Tree in the wake of the Shattering. From his foes, he took not only spoils, but also knowledge of the holy rituals once employed against him. Let's see what he gives us. That was a cool fight. Oh, what the... I don't know if I want to be here. Oh, jeez. Give me your ass. Okay, is there a grace here? Alright, we're we're all good. We're good. All right, I'm going to the round table. Can we trade remembrances though already? I guess we can. We should be able to, right? Yeah. Okay.
Let's grey anchor until it the tragic across the far, but the grey sword grey seek to become let go. I'll say is and I will the finger.
Dairu's greatsword. It is a... Oh, it's an interfaith weapon. Yo. Hell yeah. Am I streaming for this long? It's only been 7 hours. It's not that long. 17 strength.
Those of a challenge find them well.
Let's see what.
No matter.
Seems cool. +5. Right, so yeah, you don't actually use the remembrance. I guess you just get the souls and the weapon. That's nice. You missed the old Elden Ring times when everything was new to you. Yeah, don't we all? But, you know, at least there's mods which kind of do a good job of making it feel new again, and then, well, hopefully FromSoft is working on another Souls IP. They're slowly cooking away. Am I gonna play Dustbloods? I haven't gotten a pre-order for the Switch 2 yet, but I mean, I would like to play it. The Switch 2, it's not even a launch title for the Switch 2 though, so I'm not really worried about getting it like on launch. What the crab? What is this? Follow up with another skill to perform a wide swipe. Seems pretty good. Doesn't have a follow-up, kind of sucks. sword's okay. Honestly, the Zephyr blades probably would have wrecked it pretty hard too, I think. This is a pretty easy way to just get a bunch of runes, though. Just teleport, teleport around and do all the trees. Oh, we already did this one. Dude, like the poise damage just... I'm bullying. Oh, it combos its R1s pretty well, at least. Yeah, it's like the Great Stars. I don't know, it seems like even faster though, maybe. The Rotten Staff. Faith and Arcane. Oh, the butt slam actually applies rot. Does it normally do that? Actually, I don't even know. No? Okay, I thought I thought so. Well, it's giving us access to a bunch of the map at least, so that's nice. Feels like a Gauntlet in Sekiro, but much easier.
Good. Very good.
I imagine some of these guys are pretty dangerous. Hey, Broadmoor, thank you for the 35 months. Banished Knight? Can I backstab him, you think? Ow. Hey, Mika. Thank you so much for the 20-month resub. Thank you. Have you played Convergence mod before? Yeah, I'd definitely recommend it. It's a bunch of the areas are like reworked completely. I can show you. Show you what I mean in a minute. Yeah, I wanted to. Well, I'm in that tournament thing for Night Rain, so I kind of want to like practice Elden Ring for that. But I also have been missing Elden Ring. Been wanting to play. I played this mod like 2 years ago. But you know, I've been waiting for a while now for updates and stuff. So yeah, I can show you here. So like this is what Castle Morne looks like. Maybe you can't really. Maybe I should teleport inside, but there's a. It is like a whole frickin' dungeon. Like you've got rafters you can climb around. It's like the progression of some areas is completely changed. So yeah, it's honestly really cool. I'd definitely recommend this mod if you, since you said you haven't played it. I don't know where I want to go, chat. Are you excited for Night Rain, Mika? I assume so. Are you gonna be playing with Ella? Or do you have like a team you're gonna be playing with? Where do I want to go? Oh, Dairu's Greatsword. That's another one. You might just play alone. Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. I hope solo isn't too scuffed. What's my day one team? Well, I think Lobos and I are gonna play together, and I don't know who our third is gonna be. I don't think. I need to like talk to Lobos, I guess, and yeah, I'd be down, Mika. I mean, I'm down to play with like I'm down to play with all. I know there's a lot of people who have been asking me to play, so it's not carrying Ella. Yeah, I would definitely be down to do co-op with you guys. Let's see. So there's one other weapon in Lane Dell, and no one's asked you. Maybe they're too scared. They're too shy. He's only gonna play with Lobos and Spicy. Wait, Axe of Godric is also a storm weapon. I just realized. Okay, so there's... They're all like pretty early game locations. So there's one in Landell and one in Altus. Wait, is Landell... Let's see. I think we can teleport there. Oh wait, this isn't an Erd tree. We haven't actually killed this Erd tree boss, I just realized. You have EU ping. Yeah, you know, I'm actually not sure how Night Rain will be in terms of ping, because I think it's peer-to-peer, right? For me though, normally playing on EU servers isn't actually that bad. Like when we played Repo last time, I hosted it on the EU server and it was fine, honestly. Dude, I feel bad for like how much damage I do. Like, I'm so OP. I mean, granted, most of these Erd tree bosses seem to mainly just be, they're like, you know, they're basically just enemies with a boss health bar. No, I just think the Erd tree bosses are meant to be weak because you can teleport anywhere. You could teleport to any Erd tree right off the start, right? So I think they're meant to all just be weak, so you can go to any part of the game that you want. I'd like to do a guard counter build. I know there was a piece of armor that boosted guard counters, I think, or no, maybe it was a talisman. There was something that boosted block stability. Oh shoot. Let's miss. Oh no. Oh no, come on. Just die. Just die already. Guardian Spearblade. Tap the skill to swap between the two weapon forms? Wait, that sounds really cool. Is this a freaking trick weapon? Dang. That's cool. This more fun than the DS2 challenge? Why do you gotta compare everything? Like, they're both fun. Why it's gotta be like... What? I'm so tired. Everybody comparing everything. Like, why did... Not everything needs to be rated like that. Alright, well this is mainly a faith weapon, but... I mean, it's pretty cool. It does only holy, though. That's a really cool weapon. I do kind of want to try it. You can buy larval tears at the round table hold, so you can respec as much as you want. So maybe we should go kill Renala so we can get that, assuming respecs are still from Renala. Why'd the game give you smithing stone up to +6? I don't know, because I explored a lot, I guess. Hey Chris, thank you for the 31 months. Thank you very much. I do want to try more of the storm magic though, as well. Oh my. I got the second level of this. I got the second level of the storm magic. I also have frost sorceries. Frenzied flame ones. Frickin' worm face, this jerk. Alright, have a good night, Salad. What is the boss doing? You gonna spit at me again? Bro! Oh my god, I'm stuck between a fucking tree, dude. A tree and the fog gate, but I couldn't see the tree because the fog gate was next to me. Oh my god. Come on, dude. Stuck between a tree and a fog gate. Yep. True. I keep forgetting to use my physic flask. Yeah, I've never actually really learned how to fight this enemy because he always dies so fast. Says like no health. Who the heck? B. Golden sign. Oh, did I get a worm face summon? Oh yeah, worm face ashes. Oh, that's cool. Might be something good at this rune. Still the icon shield. Normally there's the icon shield and then there's Wrath of Gold in the other building, I think. Over here? Oh no, there's somewhere where you can go under. Okay. Still backstab him. Yeah, this Ash of War on this weapon is actually kind of crazy. Because, yeah, it's like Raptor of the Mists. Where you just get iframes every time you do the weapon art. Uses a lot of mana, though. I guess I'll get a bit of mana. I don't know. Okay, so right. Does anyone remember where the cliff bottom catacombs are? My guess is it's down. It's the one down here, or down here. But I don't think this one is a. Actually, it is a catacombs. Isn't it? I should probably just look it up. I was right with the first one. I see. Oh, there's a spirit spring here. All right. Get our new magic now. Oh man, it's so nice to play Elden Ring again. I'm so pumped for Night Rain, dude. It's so soon. Character am I playing first? I don't know, actually. I'm probably gonna try to play the... I want to play the Sekiro-like character, and I have a feeling that's what most people are gonna want to play. But I think you have to unlock him. Like, I don't think you start with that character available. Could be wrong, though. We haven't found much armor, which, I mean, that's fine. Non-physical absorption by 10%. Oh, wow. That's pretty good. The Raider. So the thing about the Raider, chat, and some of you guys who are excited to play Raider might change your mind once you learn this, but if you use... So if you use colossal weapons or great hammers or great axes, or maybe even great swords as well, I don't know, like multiple weapon classes on the Raider have a modified moveset where it's like 2 hits in a row. It's like if you do a charge R2 on the Raider, you'll do it like a double swing. It's kind of like similar to when you roar. You do the roars on the weapons, and then you get the multi-hit combos. It's like the same thing with Raider, which, from my experience, did not feel good. Yeah, I mean, it sounds cool, but the attacks are like really bad. Like two hits is equal to what, like 1 charge R2 on a normal weapon. Yeah, you get stuck in the animation, you can't roll out of it. So it's incredibly difficult to actually use R2s on the Raider because you just you don't have like the poise. But maybe I'm just bad, like maybe I don't know. Maybe with the right relics or more practice on the character, it will feel better. Shield of Alacrity. 30 additional spellcasting speed. Oh, it's a cool looking shield.
Toilet bitch.
You think they changed a lot since the beta? Are you talking about Convergence mod, or are you talking about Night Rain? Because, like, well, the network test of Night Rain, we barely got to see anything, so it's not really a good, and, like, of course they've changed stuff. I still haven't found a hand lantern yet. I imagine maybe they're just in the same location they normally are. Might just be at the start of Liurnia. This is how dark Dist wants nighttime to be. I mean, I think if you had the tools to deal with it, it would be fine. I would like to see a game that, you know, makes use of the dark more. They tried to kind of do it in Dark Souls 2, but then they kind of just like scrapped the idea. So you have some dark areas, but it's not really the same as what they envisioned initially. Kale? Oh yeah, I haven't gone to Kale. We should probably go to the church. Can you actually just teleport? Oh, thank God. I hate... I gotta say, I think one of my biggest complaints about Elden Ring, and it is what it is, but I hate that you can't teleport inside the catacomb until you have cleared it. You can Mark of Grace, but you can't teleport. So you just... There's so often you'll pull the lever, but then you kind of have to run back. I guess technically you could use the sacrificial twig, but you only get so many of them. And you could also use the physic that lets you keep your runes, but it's also... Like, who actually uses that thing? The physic that lets you keep your runes when you die? Fucking nobody. There's no way. You're fucking trolling if you say you do. It also just forsake the 3k runes. Yeah, but if you've cleared out the catacomb, normally, like, yeah, I only have 3k right now. But sometimes you have way more in the base game, you know what I mean? Like in a casual, or even, not even just a casual playthrough, but... I mean, if you abandon 5 or 10k runes every dungeon, you know, by the end you've wasted like one or... You could easily waste like 1,000,000 runes, if not more. I don't know. I just think I don't know why they didn't add Homeward Bones to this game. I know I've said it many times, but why is there no Homeward Bones, dude?
Toilet bitch.
Put out a bounty for a modder to add them. That's not what I want. That's just fucking stupid. You sure? Dude, it's like, why does somebody always have to have some stupid ass solution? Like, all I said is I wish the fucking game had Homeward Bones. I didn't, like, That doesn't mean I want to mod it. Like, everything that I wished FromSoft had done, I don't want them to mod it all in. It's just... Okay, hold on. I need to... I want to go see if we can get a lantern over here. And, I wasn't actually really paying attention when we got the new spells. I want to see what they do. Oh, we can also go get, one more Sacred Tier. Should probably upgrade our staff too. Can we get better staves actually? Tempest Caller staff. Oh, okay. That is a different type of staff. Stormcaller Church in Altus. I mean, wait, church. Huh. It's probably one of the sacred, like the sacred churches, I guess. Oh, yeah, the lantern is still here. Nice. It's a physical staff. I guess we'll buy it, why not? You went right to it. What? Yeah, but I don't... The name doesn't appear, so how am I supposed to know that I went right to it? But yeah, I mean, I assumed it was there. Alright. What is this item? Is there still a map? I mean, you can't unlock the map, but maybe something is there still? No. Am I excited for Night Rain? I am. I'm quite excited for Night Rain. I mean, I think it's gonna be really fun. I don't know how long, you know, it will stay fun for, but or like, I mean, I'm not saying that it's going to become unfun, but just I hope it doesn't feel too repetitive. Oh yeah, what about my spells? So we have Gale Blast, Storm Strike, Gathering Storm. Causing each storm spell you cast to increase the damage of your next storm spell by 2%. Strikes enemies multiple times, dealing damage. Cloud Form. Automatically sprint with no stam use, dramatically increase stam recovery, increases casting speed by 40, prevents fall damage, and makes you not stagger after falling. Okay, that seems nice. Let's try Storm Call. Oh, affected enemies to deal less damage. I guess air tax is actually pretty good then. Like if you're learning a new boss, reducing the damage they deal is pretty strong. Yo, what's up, Blanks? All right. Yeah, let's what's the best way? I guess we're gonna have to go run around, kinda. Completed DS2 so quick. I mean, I finished the first randomizer run. I didn't finish the double randomizer. I just wanted to play Elden Ring. So I'm playing Elden Ring. Teaming up with Lobos and Spicy. Yeah, it's... This is I think this is the first time I've ever done, like, co-op with Spicy. Actually, normally Spicy and I are always competing with each other. Which team am I most worried about? I don't know. I guess it depends. Well, I don't know what the teams are yet, so. The thing is, chat, like being really good at like the tournament that we're doing for Night Rain, we're gonna be fighting stuff that we've never seen before the day of the tournament. It's going to be like completely new stuff. So it's not really how good you are at Elden Ring in general, but more so how good are you at learning a new boss fight and playing defensively. So I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be, I don't know. It's gonna be like really tough. Could play the other souls in case any of those bosses appear. Yeah, well, so I was saying that at least Lobos and I have a lot of practice with bosses from the other games. So, you know, if like a DS3 boss or, you know, other Souls game boss shows up, like we are going to be pretty good at fighting a majority of them, I would say. Whereas I don't know if that's the case with that many people in the event. But then again, a lot of the bosses in Night Rain are modified too. Like Godskin Duo is in Night Rain, but it's buffed. They have a different moveset. Godskin Apostle can do this like Giga Electric combo, and the Godskin Noble can like spam his butt slam over and over again. He just like keeps flying up in the air. So yeah, it's kind of... Just because you're like, yeah, there could be a lot of surprises the day of the tournament. Centipede Demon is still really easy, and so is Freya, but... You know, I don't think I've ever tried parrying this guy. I kind of want to try. Nice, he missed me. I feel like that was good parry timing, to be honest. My god, dude, parries do so much damage.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Hey, Venalore, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, man. We've got a long ride ahead of us here. I wonder if these ballistas are still going to shoot us. Probably. Dang, did they reduce the AoE on these things? I feel like they did. Like that would have blasted my ass. Man, I'm kind of hungry, chat. I know I say that every stream, but it's true. And if hungry equals I'm going offline, it's not necessarily true. Cool. Oh my god. Get up there, dude. Oh, what is this? Just... This camp isn't normally here.
You think mother. I like it.
What the heck is this? I feel like there's got to be something here. They added all this. Oh. Oh, there's a fucking building up here. What the? There's gotta be something here, right? There's gotta be something here. What the heck is this? There is lightning, that's true. Oh, it seems like there could be a quest here or something. I mean, maybe not every area needs to have something special necessarily. Oh, it just looked kind of grand to me, you know? Being able to sprint for no stamina cost is kind of insane. Cloudform's pretty sick. And just instantly going. Oh, I forgot to use my physic again. Black knife. Inflict soul burn. When does Convergence get challenging? I think some of the late game bosses are fairly tough, but the thing is, like, dude, if I was playing base game Elden Ring, we would be fucking shitting on everything as well. Like, Elden Ring isn't that hard unless you're doing, you know, some crazy challenge run. I've still died a fair bit anyways. Copium? Clearly I have no idea what I'm talking about. Let's see, is this the storm staff? Aha! So I assume the staff is better? Oh wow, oh, S plus? Holy. Okay. Cool. Oh, there's actually tombstones here. These are added by the mod, I think. There's still difficult fights in this mod, guys. Like, it's not... Oh, I get so tired of people and people complaining, man. And the damage is so good. Wait, oh, I can run while freaking healing too? A seer near an old entrance in the Lane Dell has been broken. Well, I'm like, I do a lot of damage with these. These weapons are really good. I mean, and the thing is, my damage could be even higher if I was actually pumping like all into the proper damage stat. But they do scale with like they scale with strength, dex, int, and faith. But look at that scaling, plus 285. Holy shit. Wait, how was my scaling so high? What was that? Oh, it was the buff. Right. Wow, holy crap. That buff adds so much damage. That's crazy. Deathbed Smalls, really? When did I get those? Can you transmog to nothing? Oh, you can literally transmog to any piece of gear in the game, I just realized. Invisible. Wow. Great armor. Wait, hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back and upgrade our staff.
Oh, I didn't. I'll be doing much. Just lay out. That no matter.
All right. S++. Holy. You can actually just buy unlimited rune arcs too. Oh, you could buy the lantern here as well. I didn't realize. That's nice. What the hell? What the? What are you doing here, buddy? Oh, is he a training dummy? Damn, you're tanky. You make him attack you. Oh, you can check. You could. Cool. Intense. Oh, you can refight remembrances too. Cool. Whoa, what the heck is this? Hello, doggy. I'm left behind by my master in the capital. I am locked up in the outer walls of the capital. Outer walls. Ooh, I wonder if we unlocked one of them when I'm at the Divine Tower of Liurnia at the bottom of an elevator. This is it's Torrent! Hi, Torrent! I'm on a ledge near the volcano next to the corpse. We can get a donkey mount? Ledge near the volcano. Hmm. Sick. Stay true to Torrent. But donkey. Wait, so... Oh, shit. Look at that. So, wait, where did we get the map of Limgrave from? Was that after we killed Godric, maybe? So that actually marks everything on the map for you. That's really cool. So we could see if there's anything like new or different. Chanting Winged Dame. Cemetery Shade, Miranda Blossom. Bloodhound Knight Gethin. The Tree Sentinel, still alive. The Everjail. Most of the catacombs are redone. I'm not sure what, like, the progression through them is different, or... Because I've noticed some of them have had different enemies, I think. But in terms of the way you go through them, it seems like were mostly the same. Yeah, I'm not sure. Does this class have DLC spells, actually? I don't think it does. Yeah, there's no... Because it's a shadow rune, right? Yeah, I don't think Storm is actually... $3,000 runes. Wow. Yeah, the Ash of War has iframes. It's actually it's like Raptor of the Mists. Can stand spray Crucible Knights. Yep. Yes, you can. I don't know where I should go. I mean, I guess we can try to get our other spells. Cloudform prevents fall damage, but not like all fall damage, I don't think. I don't think you could just fall anywhere with it. Maybe you can, but that seems kind of OP. Prevents fall damage and makes you not stagger after falling. There's no way. Test it. I don't think it. Yeah, you can unlock the frame rate for Elden Ring, I'm pretty sure. It's really cool though that you can mark everything, get everything marked on the map like that. I like that. I don't know, maybe we should just try to go... Maybe we just go do DTS and go into like Altus. Where's the other spells? There's one in the Sainted Hero's Grave. Is that an Altus? We could go, yeah, we could also go to... Oh, it is. It's the one that we unlocked, actually. All right, yeah, let's go do this grave then. Why not? Being able to cast stuff while running looks so silly, actually. Hey, Lobos. I am converging indeed. Yeah, it's been pretty fun so far. I started as the Storm class. The Fia's Panties. Yeah, do you start? I didn't even notice when I found them before. Actually, no, I don't think I found them. I was doing transmog, so I think you're just allowed to transmog to like anything. Or I guess that's what you mean by finding them. They were at the dress bed part? Oh, okay. So you can actually find them. You were doing your bingo stuff today, right, Lobos? How did that go? Oh, you finished Convergence? Oh shit. Nice. The DLC doesn't really have that much like new stuff, right? I don't think. I know there's new, well, I think there's some new spells in the DLC. It does have new stuff. Okay, gotcha. Have you hit an air tree yet? Oh yeah, I've done like half of the air trees. Like the teleporters, you mean? Yeah, I've been playing for a while. I'm kind of confused right now, though. Yeah, it's nice you could just go, like, straight to the DLC. Okay, wait, we're going in a circle. I really like the cloud form. It's kind of awkward because you're like, you automatically instantly sprint, so it's easy. If you want to do like a charge attack, it's easy to do a running attack instead, which the running attack is still good anyways. Oh, nice. Yeah, CJ works on Convergence mod. He's the big cheese. Yo, Signum, thank you for the 43 months, man. Do I still need to frickin' bring this jerk off over here, dude? This guy. I hate this dungeon because you have to bait this dumbass and is like, he doesn't even want to chase you half the time. He just, like, he just derps out. What the? What the? Come on, buddy. Oh, he's going back home. See, this is what I mean, dude. Look at this guy. Come on, man. And I'm surprised I didn't posture break him there. This is just how you get up to where I was before, I think, right? Yeah. Not taking hard falls is actually so nice. That is still something, you know, I say they should have added homeward bones to this game, and they also should have made it so you could roll out of a fall. Like, why did they make it so you can't roll when you fucking hit the ground? I don't get it. It was in every other game, dude. Why did they get rid of it? Like, for what reason? Shining Ruin of the Storm. Oh, we got 2 summons from that. We are definitely pretty OP, but... I mean, I don't even feel like... It's not like I'm even... I'm going for a pretty balanced build. I've just been putting points into, like, all sorts of stuff. Oh, you know what is the... I want to see if we can still get a... Can we still get a memory stone from this tower? The storm weapons are OP. Yeah, maybe they are. Go to Liurnia's tower. Yeah, I know that it said there was like something good in Liurnia tower. 5 sleep pots. One turtle? Turtle? Oh, nice. Cool. I liked Kazan. I thought the boss fights were really good in Kazan, but my big gripe with the game was that the loot just feels so bad. It's like the loot is so repetitive. There's so much like loot bloat. It's like PoE where you have like a million fucking items. More like Neo, yeah. I mean, well, you get a lot of items in PoE, but that's like part of the game. And I mean, I guess you could argue that's also part of Kazan, but it just, I just prefer exploring and finding new, unique stuff rather than like the 50th great sword of the whale or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I enjoyed No Rest for the Wicked. I know they put out a pretty big update recently. I'm probably gonna wait though for them to really like get a lot of new content. Do I even have to fight this guy? I guess not. Thought maybe I could strafe that. Dude, being able to... this constantly sprinting is crazy. Jesus. He did like no damage with that. The damage reduction seems pretty OP. Oh, that hitbox. Just run away. Oh man, this cloud form is crazy. Also, we have new spells now. I need to equip some. Oh, you get a ruin. Okay, cool. He does no damage. Yeah, so the reason he does no damage is because I put one of my spells is called Air Tax. Deals continuous damage over its duration, causes affected enemies to deal 25% less damage, and lowers their ability to block attacks. Not that the blocking thing matters, but... Let's just give 40 HP. I don't really like Storm Call. These three are good, though. We don't have the stats for these, though. We need to get more Int and Faith. Cause the stamina of attacks to be decreased, FP of sorceries to be decreased, and physical absorption to be increased. Okay. Causes of... Suffocate also makes them deal less damage? Can I Suffocate and Air Tax to, like, double reduce their damage? That seems really OP. If you can. Projectile of air that foes... at foes that cause moderate damage but massive damage to their posture. So yeah, it does seem like the storm attacks are more so focused on doing a lot of posture damage. Lasts for 30 seconds, Cyclone. This one seems really good. Gathering Storm. Oh yeah, we looked at this one before. Gale Blast is like, it's the sorcery spell that you have to do the super long quest line for. Shard Spiral? Is that what it's called? Everyone you've seen play this uses the air stuff. Well, now I feel like I made the wrong choice, if you say that. But, I mean, I can try the other magics as well. The air stuff does seem really good, though. What's up, Dara? I think most of the spell types in this game are pretty, or in the mod are pretty good. Strength, faith, mind, and endurance by 2.
You print money. I like money.
I'm so excited for Night Rain, man. This Convergence add chicken jockey. Dude, every time I saw a clip of that stupid scene from the movie, it just made me cringe so hard. Just knowing knowing like, oh, it's so stupid. What the heck is this? Wait, we can just... Why did he do that? I didn't think that would happen. I was gonna quit out, but you know, whatever. It's okay. Alright, I think I might actually call it a night here, guys. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours. I'm pretty tired, so I think I'm going to call it here. But yeah, it's been a ton of fun revisiting Convergence. We'll continue with it more tomorrow, guys. I just, yeah, I mean, we've been streaming for almost 9 hours, so. We'll find somebody to raid here, maybe. But yeah, tomorrow we will continue with Convergence mod. And, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll do some other stuff. I'm not really sure. We shall see. Oh, also, chat, I have another sponsor for Doom. I have another sponsor for Doom, actually, tomorrow. So we will be playing a bit more of Dark Ages tomorrow, doing some like late game missions they wanted me to show off. So yeah, I know, I have 2 sponsors for Doom. Like, that's crazy. I'm like so lucky, actually.